Yeah.
We're not all here. Who are we missing? What?
Stone?
Just, yeah, I think we're all here.
Who else in there? Okay.
You're just sitting though. We're just moved around. Here.
I like to regular. Okay, at this time, I'd like to open the meeting of the governing body of the city of Blanco at 6 o'clock. And we'll start with roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Here.
Councilman Rella, absent. Lewis,
Present.
McClellan,
Present.
Gosnell, present. That's
All
it.
right, let's stand for the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. First item we will do is approve the minutes from March 24th, March 31st, and April 14th. And they're in your packets.
I know you want to take a minute to review, but I was checking the minutes from the meeting of April 14th. Item number 5, discuss special use permit extension. It mentions Zach Hudler, but we've got a misspelling. He's calling it Zach Hewler,
Okay,
but it's Hudler actually. So
okay,
you will correct that, please.
thank you,
That's the only thing I said.
thank you. That was
The 14th minutes, number 5.
14, on page 2 of the 14.
Those same minutes, item 7
Okay.
is misspelled.
I think that's
Yeah,
How far down? How?
right about the very bottom, section 7.
Got it. MCPL. Okay. And now it's first Zach Hudler.
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 I believe it's Hudler, H-U-D-L-E-R, I believe it's how it's spelled. I could be wrong. I will double check it.
I have it written on another document. It's Hudler. Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Gosnell to approve the minutes with the 2 corrections.
I'll second it.
Second by Mr. McClellan. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? So it passes. Next thing is, before we swear in the new members, I just want to give a big thank you to Martha for her service to the city. And we got the little present here.
Okay.
Yeah, Martha's done everything from answering phones up here. So working on the water rates, so she's dedicated a lot of time and she's been a big asset to us. And we're gonna miss her. This should be happy she's not. And of course, the other one is Mr. Avalon. I'm sure Mr. Avalon is watching, but he Also, this will be his last meeting, so, I want to send out some prayers to him. He's been having some health issues, and we're gonna miss him also, so. That being said, we can go on to swearing in item number 5, which is the swearing in ceremony of council members Mike Smith and Dita Devine. Which y'all, thank you.
Yes, sir. You want me to do it? You're going.
You'll raise your right hand. I, Dita Devine, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of council member of the city of Blanco, state of Texas, and will to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States, and of this state, and ordinances of the city, so help me God.
If you want to, Dita, if you want to sit here for today, you're welcome to stay. If you want to social.
Do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of council member of the city of Blanco, state of Texas, and will to the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state, and ordinances of this city, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank y'all for joining us and taking on this responsibility. Next item is to discuss and consider the appointment of Mayor Pro Tem. So next time, new council members come on in here, we have to vote a new Mayor Pro Tem. So, as you're all aware, we don't have a mayor right now, so it's even more important or responsibility to figure out Mayor Pro Tem because they are acting as mayor. Of course, the three options we have to replace the mayor would be to leave it as is and have the Mayor Pro Tem continue with the duties of both, have a special election, or we can appoint someone. So if y'all can think about that at the next meeting, or if you want to explore any of those two, but as of right now, if we just go ahead and decide what we want to do for Mayor Pro Tem. So,
Martin, are you willing to do the serve?
I am, and I think, I guess I've got the most experience in kind of, right in the middle of a lot of things, a lot of projects, so I'd be willing and able to. I think if I do get it, there's some staff changes that I would like to make that would help, help it out with me having a real job and also doing this that I think there's some step changes that would, help the process out a lot and help the city in general. So I would be willing to do it, strictly at the office.
So reluctantly accept.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, I'll make a motion that we nominate one, so say this on there.
Okay, we have a second that. Any discussion? All right, all in favor? All opposed?
Yeah, it says right here, you don't get to vote.
Show you the time. No, I get to vote that.
I thought it said unless it was a tie.
It's only for the mayor.
Oh, that's only for the, yeah.
Seconded by McCollum.
So at this time, we're gonna change the order of the meeting a little bit. We have some stuff that we need to take care of, so at this time, we are going to go into executive session in regards to,
Read the whole thing.
we're only going for one item now in executive session, so we're gonna go for item number 4 in executive session, which is Texas Government Code Section 551.074 to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties, discipline, or dismissal of police investigator J.B. Avalon, appeal of employment decision. So at
Mayor Pro Tem,
we will go into executive session.
before,
Maybe a few longer, because it's gonna be brief, and then
Mayor Pro Tem, yeah, can y'all hear?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. Before, Zach, I can see you're talking, but we still can't hear you, so give me just 1 second, okay? And So before we go back into executive session, this portion of the executive session, I'm going to ask you all to retire into executive session pursuant to 552.071, the attorney-client communications, and 1.05 of the Texas Lawyers Disciplinary Code for us to discuss attorney-client privileged matters. However, before we do that, if we can get Mr. Hudler's sound working, I'm not sure what was going on because I could see him speaking a couple times, but I could never hear him. Let him make a brief opening statement before we retire to executive session so I can update council on legal matters requiring attorney-client communication. Zach, are you there now?
Can't. Still can't hear him.
I think he's mute.
It says green, it's on green. Maybe turn the volume up or something.
Yeah, can you turn up your volume on the computer?
And Brad here?
I can't hear him, no.
I can't either.
Give us just a moment.
He's connected.
Mic is on.
He can call in on his phone.
Yeah, ask him to call in on his phone, maybe.
There's a call in number.
Yeah, there's a call-in number, Zach. I can see if I can email it to you. We might be able to do it that way. You got it there? Okay. Hold on just a moment.
Is he called in?
He's trying to.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Now we can.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, Zach Hudler here for Ben Avalon.
Mute his sound on his side. Let me just take it.
Okay, that's better. Hello?
Yes, yeah.
Zach Hudler for Ben Avalon. I wanted to point out that we also have a grievance that we filed timely on May the 6th for actions taken adversely against Ben Avalon. Hello?
Yes.
Are we going to hear that today?
What we're going to do is we're going to retire into executive session so I can brief the council on the employment action that is filed by Mr. Avalon. We can discuss the grievance process that is set forth in the personnel manual. I understand that Mr. Avalon has appealed the employment decision and filed a grievance, but the issue before the city today will be whether or not Mr. Avalon's employment personnel decision is going to be upheld or overturned by the city council. And so that is what is being considered today by the council. Before they get to that decision, I will advise them pursuant to 551.071 of the government code and 1.05 of the Texas Lawyers Disciplinary Code related to attorney-client privilege communications. When we return from the executive session after I've advised the city, then you and Mr. Avalon will have the opportunity to present whatever it is that you want to present on his behalf to the council.
Is it the city's position that there is no grievance procedure for the complaints made and contained in my May 6th letter indicating a whistleblower complaint?
It's the city's position that pursuant to 6.02 of the personnel manual, it sets forth what the grievance procedure is. That's the document speaks for itself, but I'll read into the record what the personnel manual says regarding grievances. It says that a grievance is a claim by an employee or recently separated employee that the employee has been unjustly disciplined or has been adversely affected by a personnel decision. A grievance is an informal discussion with the purpose of giving the grievant an opportunity to present his or her position on the matter. Everyone involved in the chain of command should listen and consider the grievance, but this is not intended to mean, nor shall have it the effect of requiring, that any written notice, any charges, any witnesses, or any response or written responses for decisions be presented during or after the grievance process by the city. So that's what the grievance, that's what the procedure, 6.02 grievances says within the personnel manual.
And then, if I may, 6.03 goes on to talk about aggrieved employees. An employee or recently separated employee having a grievance relating to employment shall first present the grievance to the employee's supervisor or department head, which was done here, either verbally or in writing. The grievance should be presented within 3 working days of the date of the occurrence, which was done here, which led to the grievance, or within 3 working days from the date the employee first had knowledge of the alleged conduct. And then section 6.05, entitled Appeal by Employee, goes on to state an employee or recently separated employee who, after discussing a grievance with the employee's department head or supervisor, is not satisfied with the answer, may appeal the grievance to the mayor within 5 working days of the meeting with the department head, which was done. Any appeal to the latter shall be in writing, which was done. The decision by the city council will be final. So based upon my filings, my requests, and my letters, we're requesting that we move forward with the grievance procedure that we've availed ourselves to regarding our whistleblower complaint as set forth in my May 4th letter and clarified more fully in my May 6th letter. I would also like to do some housekeeping here to reach an agreement with you as counsel, Mr. Bullock, for the city, that we can supplement this record with my correspondence that I've discussed here and all the attachments that I had with the city attorney, Alan Borquez, as well as correspondence with you. Is that a stipulation?
Certainly, the documents, as I understand, just to be clear what we're talking about here, first of all, back to the grievances. The purpose of the grievance is to challenge a challenge by an employee who has been either unjustly disciplined or has been adversely affected by a personnel decision. So that is what is being appealed today pursuant to the terms of the personnel manual. Number two, I will agree that you have provided the city timely with a letter, first dated May 4th, 2020, that was your initial letter of representation with an attachment A, which included the termination letter and Mr. Avalon's F5 designation. And then you also had a letter dated May 6th, which you've also provided to the city, which asserted the grievance procedure. The personnel manual itself does not have a whistleblower provision. It only deals with grievances. And so that is the grievance, which is the discipline or the personnel decision, is what's being challenged today pursuant to the manual. And those are the decisions that the council is going to consider on the appeal by Mr. Avalon, which is what we understand that has been filed. Again, you and Mr. Avalon, you on his behalf, or he may present what you wish to present when we return from executive session for council to consider before it takes any action, if any, following this appeal.
Respectfully, the policies and procedures that I'm looking at speak of retaliation, prohibit retaliation, and provide for a grievance process. So is it the city's position that there is no grievance process regarding matters that may fall under the Texas Whistleblower Act and or Section 554 of the Texas Government Code?
What Mr. Avalon has filed and what the procedure provides is whether Mr. Avalon was terminated on May 1st, 2020. It is our understanding that Mr. Avalon is challenging his termination, and that is what's before the city today. Any available remedies or avenues that Mr. Avalon may have pursuant to the government code are pursuant to the government code. This is an administrative appeal of a personnel decision that is separate from the government code. This is being pursued under the city's personnel manual under the provisions that you and I have both read into the record.
Which specifically provide for grievances for employees who have been adversely affected by a personnel decision, which is squarely under the Texas Whistleblower Act. So we're here to proceed with the grievance that we have availed ourselves to. And I want to make clear that under no circumstances will Ben Avalon return to work under the circumstances without some sort of investigation or some sort of remedy by the council concerning his reports of illegal conduct. I want to make that clear. We're here for our grievance under the policy that I read and all the other provisions in there, including the prohibition against retaliation and under no circumstances will I place my client back into that environment when he has reported unlawful activity within the Blanco Police Department.
Well, of course, the city doesn't agree that or concede that any illegal activity has occurred, but certainly he's welcome to file any claims that he wishes to file.
We certainly will do so, but we respectfully disagree with the not going forward with our grievance, and certainly I would be shocked, maybe not shocked, but if it is the city's position that they may decide to reinstate Mr. Avalon and suggest to put him back into circumstances that would create a danger and affect his safety as a police officer, that's extraordinary.
Well, that's certainly not. You're supplying a contention that the city is not advancing. Number one, and number two, at the grievance process we believe is clear. Mr. Avalon was affected, according to your contentions, was adversely affected by a personnel decision, which was his termination. That is being appealed, and so if the city has the opportunity now, as set forth in 6.05, to overturn that decision or uphold that decision, and that is what's being determined today. And Mr. make whatever decisions he wants to make thereafter, but the city is following the procedure as set forth in its personnel manual. And it's unclear what other grievance procedure you think is in there, but this is the appeal of Mr. Avalon's personnel decision.
We respectfully disagree and take exception. We want that noted for the record.
I believe the meeting's being recorded.
Do we have a stipulation to place those matters that I discussed or identified into the record?
If by matters you mean the two the correspondence from you dated May 4th, 2020 and May 6th, 2020 with the attachments, we do have that agreement. I believe you also forwarded earlier today to me a correspondence from the Blanco County Sheriff related to Mr. Avalon's employment there. That has also been provided to the city secretary and will be part of the record of this proceeding. If there are any other records that you've provided, let me know now, and we'll make sure that they are in the record. Have I missed anything?
So I certainly want to include the cover letters, the email covers showing receipt from the city attorney.
Yes. So my response to you, and there's also a demand letter that will also be made part of this record. And my response to you addressing that demand will also be made part of the record. And indeed, the email responses of receipt that you received can all, we stipulate that all of that will be placed as part of this record.
Okay. Well, again, we remain ready to proceed with our grievance, and we would call Mike Ritchie as a witness if we were allowed to proceed.
This is, as we have indicated previously, this is not a proceeding in which parties call adverse witnesses. You are entitled to present any testimony or evidence that you wish to present on your client's behalf. Just as
Is that within the policies and procedures?
This procedure set forth is as if any other matter that comes before council, an interested person can address it. However, this is not a legal proceeding. Chief Ritchie is not under oath. He's not been subpoenaed. And so just as I will not be cross-examining Mr. Avalon, you will not be cross-examining city employees or staff or personnel.
Okay, are y'all going into executive session?
Yeah, if you have nothing else, I mean, I want to give you the opportunity to put anything else in the record right now that you want to before we go in. You'll have that you'll have that opportunity when we come back out. But before we go in, is there anything else you'd like to put on the record?
I would like to go ahead and go forward then, if I might.
Well,
if I may.
We're going to retire into executive session so I can confer with my client in pursuant to 551.071 and 1.05 of the Texas Lawyers Disciplinary Code.
So I can't move forward now?
You can move forward as soon as we come out of executive session.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Mayor, so if you would retire into executive session pursuant to 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 1.05 of the Texas Lawyers Disciplinary Code, into executive session for me to confer with you all about this matter.
Okay. At 6:36, we will go into executive session in accordance with Texas Government Code 551.07, attorney-client communication, and 1.05 of the Texas Lawyers Discipline Code.
It was not there. I turned it down. Your song, whole lot. Oh, I got no. You ain't got the bill yet. That's all good.
You're trying to get back.
Okay. 7:27, we will come back to the regular meeting. And at this time, we will give Mr. Hudler and Mr. Avalon the floor. Can hear you.
That's fine, right? Oh, I'm sorry. Will that work? A little better. How are you doing? I'm good. How are you? Good. Heavy. No, it's Epsom's fault.
Epsom's fault?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Over here. I wasn't even gonna flag him down. I'll bet you come over for it.
Yeah, I saw it and I was like, well, I gotta go to the courthouse anyways and swap out there. So I'm gonna go up there and swap out my files. So you guys stop by. Thank you.
So we're moving this to the open project, open session. And we can act on it. Correct. Well, number 4.
Mr. Hudler is going to be calling back in a minute. He was having some technical issue, but we're waiting.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council,
Yes.
Yeah.
may I proceed?
Yes.
I'm proud to sit here today representing Ben Avalon. I want to say it's offensive to adversely affect a good, honest, hardworking man by firing him for no good reason. It is particularly shameful to take adverse action against a good, honest, hardworking man in retaliation of his doing the right thing and making reports of violations of the law. In fact, it is illegal to do so under the Texas Whistleblower Act in Section 554 of the Texas Government Code. Now, Ben Avalon is in fact a good, honest, hardworking man. You can ask the prosecutors, other law enforcement officers, citizens, and all those involved in the criminal justice system about Ben Avalon, and you will hear similar remarks. A very thorough, good, dedicated police officer. In fact, Ben Avalon has faithfully served the city of Blanco as its sole detective for some years now. He has done so without any kind of disciplinary action prior to May the 1st of this year. He has done so with absolutely no adverse reviews or recommended corrective actions. He is in fact one of the good ones. Now, Ben previously reported to Police Chief Ritchie violations of the law with respect to other officers, which included use of excessive force. His reports fell upon deaf ears to the Chief of Police. Nothing was done. Nothing was done other than for the police chief to become agitated with Ben. This is well documented. We believe that this will be turned up in a lawsuit if we must file one. Now, on or about February the 18th, 2020, Ben made a good faith report to Police Chief Ritchie for apparent violations of the law with respect to some of the other officers, at least one of the other officers, excuse me, for falsifying timesheets. Falsifying timesheets at the expense of the taxpayers, under counsel's watch, fraudulently taking money from the city. This good officer made that report to Chief Ritchie and then later to the finance director. To our knowledge, nothing was done. Ben Avalon, just as you all took the oath to uphold the law, in your capacity as a city councilman, took an oath to do the same as a police officer, a peace officer. And we've talked about the bad things that are going on. Now, what happened to the good guy in this equation? Let's talk about Ben Avalon's consequences for making the right decision and reporting these violations of the law. On May 1st, Ben Avalon was called in to Chief Ritchie's office and fired, terminated with an F5 dishonorable discharge without any written explanation, in violation of rights that are afforded to Ben Avalon under the city's policies and procedures, the U.S. Constitution, and the Texas Constitution, and what we call a Loudermill hearing. No specific reason was given in writing to support this dishonorable discharge that was given to Ben in retaliation of his good faith reports of violations of the law within the department. Orally, the police chief claimed that Ben was terminated for conducting an illegal investigation, but would not get into the specifics. Chief Ritchie also stated that Ben is the most insubordinate officer that he's ever come across. All in retaliation for Officer Ben doing the right thing. Now, as you all know, an F5 dishonorable discharge is essentially ripping Ben Avalon's license to be a police officer away from him, attacking his livelihood, how he provides for his family, how he pays child support for his adult disabled child. It's a very serious action that Chief Ritchie took in retaliation of Avalon, Ben Avalon's good faith reporting of violations of the law. The timing of Chief Ritchie's action on May the 1st, 2020 is particularly important under Texas law. Because the adverse action was taken within 90 days of Ben Avalon's report to Chief Ritchie of this falsification of timesheets, the law presumes that Chief Ritchie's actions were taken in retaliation. Now, under the Whistleblower Act, another important element of the cause of action is to report the good faith violation to the appropriate law enforcement authority. Not long ago, the Third Court of Appeals in Reinhart v. the City of Bertram held that the Chief of Police is the appropriate reporting authority for violations of law with respect to the city. Ben Avalon's causes of action fall squarely under the Texas Whistleblower Act. His family has suffered tremendously. It goes without saying, the emotional distress, the financial burdens that he was faced with as a result of Mike Ritchie's cowardly actions on his way out the door are enormous. It's a shameful decision and a shameful way to treat a good officer. As I stated before, there are no circumstances in which I would allow my client to be placed back in the environment in the event that the city should reinstate him tonight, given the failures of the city and its police chief to protect those of the good officers, those who report violations of law. It's not an option. It's not practical. And it would be wrong to place him back into a situation with officers who were the subject of his reports for their violations of law. We're highly disappointed that we were unable to present our grievance, which we filed timely under the policies and procedures of the city of Blanco. We are prepared to file a lawsuit to seek all damages and all remedies that are available to Ben Avalon under Texas law. Having made our presentation, having been denied our opportunity to present the grievance, I will leave you all now and let you all deliberate.
So does anybody have any questions for Mr.
Mayor? Just to be clear, Mr. Avalon, it's my recommendation that Mr. Avalon and Mr. Hudler be allowed to put forward whatever information they want to put forward for council to consider related to the grievance and appeal that he filed. But again, just to be clear, Section 554.006 of the Government Code provides that public employees must initiate actions under the grievance or appeal procedures of the employing local or state governmental entity relating to suspension or termination of employment. That is what is before the council today, the suspension or termination of Mr. Avalon's employment. Mr. Avalon, whether you want to call it an appeal or you want to call it a grievance, what Mr. Avalon can challenge is the chief's action, which was to terminate. And Mr. Avalon is being given that opportunity today, right now, to put on whatever information he deems to be relevant and germane to that decision to help guide council in its decision making. Mr. Avalon has availed himself of this appeal procedure, and yet Mr. Avalon's lawyer is now telling council that Mr. Avalon shouldn't be reinstated. So obviously the council can make the decision that it wants to make, but that is the remedy that Mr. Avalon essentially asks for. Whether you call it a grievance or you call it an appeal, again, we've read into the record what your personnel manual says, and this is what the whistleblower statute says. The whistleblower statute does not set up a separate grievance process. It sets up a process. It sets the process whereby the employee initiates the action as it is set forth in the city's personnel manual, which is what we're here today to do. And so I certainly don't agree that Mr. Avalon is not being given the opportunity to put on whatever it is he wants to put on. If he and his attorney choose not to, that's their choice.
Mr. Bullock, this is Councilman Lewis. Would you clarify Mr. Avalon's F5 status currently for us?
Yes, sir. I have, upon learning that Mr. Avalon was provided with an dishonorable discharge, I've seen the F5 paperwork that was filed on May 1st, 2020. And in speaking with the chief, that was submitted in error. And on May 8th, 2020, the Chief Ritchie provided a correspondence to TCOL, which is the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, asking that Mr. Avalon's F5 designation be changed to honorable. That same day, on May 8th, 2020, the Blanco Police Department received back confirmation from a clerk at the TCOL office that Mr. Avalon's designation had been changed to honorable. Based on that, I'm basing that on the correspondence from the TCOL clerk. I've not yet seen the specific document changing the actual certification or designation, but that's what I understand has been done. If it has not yet been done, then it is in the process of being done. So Mr. Avalon should already have an honorable discharge noted on his file.
Anybody else have any questions for Mr. Bullock or any discussion that you want to have before we make the?
I would like to add one thing on the F5 form. The honorable discharge box is 2 boxes down from the dishonorably discharged box. And I find it highly unbelievable that that's a mistake in light of the fact that Chief Ritchie issued a criminal trespass warning against Ben Avalon the day after he terminated him.
So I spoke with the person who made the clerical error, and I am convinced it was an error. There was no reason for this person to say that, so I feel strongly that it was a true error, and it was as soon as we were made aware of it, we contacted the proper people and had it corrected.
So is it the city's practice to honorably discharge its employees and issue a criminal trespass warning against that employee the next day? Because we are aware of several employees who have been terminated who were not treated the same. Meaning they were not issued a criminal trespass warning. That's somewhat unbelievable for Chief Ritchie to claim that he checked the wrong box, 2 boxes down for dishonorable discharge, told Detective Avalon that he had never seen an officer more insubordinate, and then issuing a criminal trespass the next day. So you're asking us to believe an unbelievable story, in my opinion.
Mayor, all I will point out is whether Mr. Hudler believes the story or not, the fact of the matter is that that Mr. Avalon's F5 has been changed to honorable, and it was changed to honorable as soon as the status of dishonorable was learned. And so that, I mean, it is what it is. It is a fact that it was originally filed as a dishonorable. It is the Chief Ritchie's contention that was done in a clerical error, and it was subsequently corrected. That correction has occurred. So he's got an honorable F5.
So there's no other discussion. We want to make a motion to.
I have one other question. Could you speak a little bit more to the criminal trespass? Was that for him being on city property, or what was that?
You would have to ask the man who checked the wrong box on the F5 and issued a criminal trespass warning on my client the next day, and now claims that it's an accident.
Okay, so you can't tell me where he was criminally trespassing or where he was allegedly criminally trespassing?
He was just warning Detective Avalon not to come back to the place of his former employment.
I see, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So our position as a council is to either uphold or not. Either uphold or reinstate. Or reinstate. I would move that we reinstate Officer Avalon pending further investigation of this matter.
So we have a motion to reinstate Mr. Avalon.
Mayor, before a second is made, I would ask for clarification from Mr. McClellan what this matter refers to and what condition he's intending to propose, just so that we are clear for the record what Mr. Avalon's employment status is. Mr. Avalon's employment status should be either reinstatement or not reinstatement. And so he would be left in limbo. So I want to understand what if you intend there to be a condition and if so, what are more specifics about what that condition would be?
Yeah, let me reinstate that. I would just simply say that I would move that we reinstate Mr. Avalon.
Okay.
So Mr. McClellan has changed it to a motion to reinstate Mr. Avalon. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
So Mr. Smith, second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Yeah, one opposed and 4 in favor.
On the left.
All right, and I guess we'll continue with the meeting. We will go back to, back to, mayor's, yeah. So announcements. So, a couple of announcements. First one is Lavender Festival has been officially canceled. So, not postponed, but totally canceled. A little bit of a COVID-19 update. Of course, they were doing tests today at the high school in Blanco. Hopefully we had a good turnout. Last week they did 94 tests in Johnson City. And of the 94 tests, all of them were negative, so that was good news. The counts today in Blanco County, there was 6 confirmed and 22 likely. Right now we have 5 recovered and 16 likely, so we only have 1 active and 6 likely currently.
And 5 recovered?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So were these tests, were those tests that are immediate, or do you know anything about one?
Now, they take a couple of days, but they weren't the antibody ones, also they were only for positive tests, not, they weren't the antibody tests.
With this information put out, how we found out about this morning, about the testing going on
We
here?
put it on our city website, the police department put it on the Facebook, we put it on Facebook pages, and
I just wondered if
That's all?
general knowledge.
they had the reverse 911 calls went out.
We only get 48 hours notice.
Yeah.
Oh, is
So
that-
it was
I'm curious if they were rained out today, though. I knew they were going to stop testing.
totally
They
good.
did get rained out.
They got half a day in only.
So we'll see what they say, if they're gonna reschedule or whatever, but as soon as we hear, we'll.
They got in excess of 40 tests done, at least
Okay, well, that's good.
40 plus tests done. What else done?
And I think that's about all I have on announcements. But this time we'll open it up for public comment. Do we have people that have signed up?
We do, I'm going to do,
See,
JT Morgan is first.
Okay, so we have JT Morgan. And JT, we're gonna give you 3 minutes.
All right. Hey, can you folks hear me? If somebody could wave and tell me they're hearing me.
I see it.
Perfect. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Hi. Good evening, folks. I am JT Morgan. I'm the president of Protect Our Blanco. That was a group that we formed about 2 years ago in our effort to prevent the city of Blanco from using the Blanco River as part of the sewage treatment plant. We're really excited to welcome Ms. Devine and Mr. Smith to the board, and I congratulate them on tying on to this. It feels to me that you folks as new members and the balance of the council have a real opportunity to direct the city's trajectory. Blanco is a really vibrant little community. While it still enjoys its feel as a quaint and quiet, welcoming little lovable town. With some help, I think we can manage the inevitable growth and by using well-reasoned ordinances, responsible policies, and stewardship that I truly feel could be the envy of the entire hill country. The city doesn't have to be alone in its struggle to handle this growth and the wastewater treatment that's going to happen as a result of that. And I would think that the city would be glad to get rid of the "please kick me" sign that seems to be on their backs every week. Please know that the current operations of the wastewater treatment plant and to a great extent the freshwater plant is rather dismal. There are more months where the city gets cited for failing to comply with either the EPA or TCEQ than it gets by with a clean record. That is, again, more often than not, they have a problem each and every month. And by way of history, though, understand that it's been determined by the TCEQ for Protect Our Blanco to be what they called an interested party in regard to the city's current application. And we've convinced the city to talk about mediation, but we've intentionally not pushed on that, just as we've not pushed on the contested case hearing, because we really think that these parties ought to be able to talk. I truly feel that protect our Blanco and the other neighbors of the city of Blanco would make great, better partners than we do adversaries. And we, for 2 years, have offered substantial engineering help and other resources, and we get plenty of lip service, but we just don't get to sit at the table. And truly, the time has come, in my mind, for the city to accept some of the help that we're offering. We have some really smart folks. If the city would give us access to their land that could help with the irrigation, we have smart folks that could help with the engineering, and there are ways that we can make this a plus for the city of Blanco and quit having it as a negative. So again, we, as Protect Our Blanco and Wimberley Valley Watershed and the Meadows Foundation, we're easy to find. And we really do look forward to hearing from the city's engineers and the city attorneys as we try to find common ground to improve the city's treatment of its wastewater. And as we like to say, hope springs eternal, that we'll get that call and we'll be able to work with the city of Blanco. And again, welcome to the 2 new members. Thanks for the service of all the council members. And I wish you all good health. And I'm done.
Anybody else want?
That's all I have on as far as the message on it.
Good deal.
All right. So at this time, we have a couple of, or a few public hearings that we need to go over. So at this time, we will close the regular meeting and open the public hearing. The first one being the discussion related to an ordinance to approve the new fees for the water, sewer, and wastewater in the city of Blanco. So
It's
sorry, 7:58. We are going to the public hearing number 1, which is the to adopt approved fees for the new water and sewer waste collection. So for you new council members, basically staff and Ms. Gosnell have been working hard with changing the water rates and looking at some options. And I think in your packet you have some of the options, and so this is an opportunity for public to voice their opinions, and we'll have it later on in one of our items to discuss it and or approve it at this time. Public hearing.
Okay, I'm public now, right?
That's right.
Good. If you want on the list.
Yeah.
On this thing at one place, pages aren't numbered. But, it talks about churches.
The water is these 2 pages.
Hmm?
Yeah, until she. Oh.
Right there. Exempt, the bottom of it is the 3rd page. Start like this.
Yeah, just 2nd page.
Second page. I'm not clear on this, where it says exempt $30 meter fee, $7 per thousand. G1, G1.
It's just a code designation, so we can designate the difference of rates in the water system.
Okay, so that would be like.
It would just be its own designated rate.
It would be some of the exempt people would be G1, some of them would be G2. Okay, and then where you have church, school, nonprofit, $100 meter rate is, would those be G2s?
Yes.
But that's higher than we're.
Nonprofit would not be in the G2. That's incorrect. Nonprofit would stay in the G1.
But churches and schools would be higher than what we would charge industrial for a meter fee? Doesn't seem right.
Sorry, let's just talk.
And you can talk.
Public hearing.
Yeah, public hearing, we'll just hear, and then when we go to that
I
item.
had a question about that,
Okay,
because it just doesn't make
no,
sense.
that's a good point.
Churches and schools would be charged more than industrial. There's a little,
Page 2 at the bottom.
where the box is,
Margaret, well, these, assuming these are all one.
Oh, industrial 75.
They're 3/4.
These guys are 30.
Different schedules for board and side town.
Oh, okay.
The industrial,
I see. Should be on
Yeah.
here.
How many of your industrial customers go on with board?
some do, yes. I'll have 2-inch.
The biggest meter size we do have for industrial connections is 2-inch.
Is that part of the reason here is the size of the connection?
No,
Yeah, I don't know for sure.
it's with a noted proposal, it's not a hard number. The reason it's different is churches and schools do not have the same amount of usage as industrial. Industrial is based on the amount of usage and what they do with the water, not what size the meter is.
So you're saying they get a break because they're using more, they get
Yeah.
a break on the meter fee?
They get a $25 less meter fee.
I think we need to look at the churches, all of the churches, and see what their usage is. Because I mean, $100 a month meter fee for the little, what's the church behind the bowling alley? I mean,
Yeah.
they got a congregation of 10 people, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Don't go on business. And their water fee.
And this comes where it comes to council to get feedback to say or not.
Right, and so that's what the public hearing is, so we'll hear, and then we have an item number later that we actually
Discuss.
either discuss it and or that's what that, so. Anybody else asking to talk or anything?
I don't have anybody on board for it.
So do you have anything else?
That was my question about that.
So then I will close close public hearing number 1, and at 8:03 and 30 seconds, I will open public hearing number 2 to discuss discussion related to Los Altos subdivision and preliminary plan. And so this is the first public hearing. I went to P&Z on last Monday, and there were some signs that needed to be posted, so there's a few more things we couldn't quite get through P&Z, so it will go back to P&Z at their next meeting. And, I have another public hearing at that time, and then at our next council meeting, we'll have another public hearing also, and discuss it and decide if we want to have the senior packets. There's some information, I think we're gonna try to put something online, all the neighbors have been notified. And, have the information and all that, so.
And P&C did ask for some modifications to it, so there are changes coming. This is what was presented to P&Z at the first of the month. These revisions will be made prior to the P&Z meeting and also be a public hearing time as well. Any interested party could join that one as well and have a discussion. Once I've heard from one, who will probably be there to discuss that. But there are some changes that were requested by P&Z that they're gonna make. And then prior to the council meeting, the PDD, based on the next planning and zoning meeting, the PDD will be more refined with both Ronnie's help into the infrastructure portion of it, because they're adding a lot of infrastructure and how we're gonna do it. And we'll fine tune the PDD and present that to council as well.
All right, so if nobody's asking to talk on this one, Will?
No one is messaged or lining up.
All righty, then at 8:06, I will close public hearing number 2. And at 8:06 open public hearing number 3, which is discussed related to notice of application and preliminary decision, water treatment plant discharge. But this time I'll hand it over to Ronnie to kind of explain what this one is.
We are, in the city of Blanco, renewing our current discharge permit for the water treatment plant. I know the public is aware, and the big uproar is on the wastewater treatment plant discharge permit, which we're still diligently working on that one. In February of this year, our water treatment plant discharge permit expired, in which case we've been working to renew. Now, the TCEQ has made an executive decision, but want us to do every bit that we can to put it out for the public to let them know about it. What this is a permit for the city to discharge no more than 95,000 gallons per day of treated waste that was used during the treatment process at the water treatment plant. So we're doing this a little prematurely because it will literally won't go out to public until tomorrow when it hits the paper. Starting tomorrow morning by like 10 o'clock, we'll have copies of which the public and stuff can do to go pick up in Spanish and English. But we're doing this preliminarily mainly for TCQ, just to alert the public as much as possible to get the notice out there that we are renewing our permit, looking to renew our permit. Executive decisions have been made by TCQ already, but there is still chance there for public or anybody from there to actually bring it to TCQ and express their concerns, or open it up in a public hearing here where we can listen to those concerns as well. So this is something that will be probably most likely have another public hearing during the next council meeting, whatever the case, to be able to finalize everything from there. So
what is the current permit?
we do have a current permit that allows us the exact same thing, 95, no more than 95,000 gallons. What it is when we backwash our filters, we have we call it the decant basin, but it's just more like a recycling clarifier, more or less. It clears the water out stuff from there, where we're able to discharge it right back into the Blanco River. Now, the idea with this, though, we do have limitations, everything else from TCQ we must follow, must hit, as far as our sampling and everything from there. But this is more or less us renewing water back into our infrastructure of the river itself, being on integrity, to be able to have water storage at the river side. So it's something that we've had. This is not anything new, whatever the case. Now, the only thing that brings this up to the point where we need to let the public and go from there is it's going to be adjacent with the new water treatment plant. So there are going to be changes in which we're going to discharge those waste back to the river. But I know saying to discharge the waste to the river doesn't put a smile on anybody's face. But it's treated and reused water, I guess, more or less. But
Explain this for people that don't know. So what's happening there is you're cleaning your backwash filter. So water that's, so I can do
no, you got it.
So what's happening is we take water from the river and it goes to the treatment plant. And from time to time, you have to clean those filters of the stuff that's coming in. And once that backwash is cleaned out, it goes back into the river.
Right, after going into a clarification process and stuff from there. So what it is and what we use to backwash our filters at the water treatment plant is the same water that we send out to our customers. It's palatable, potable, clean, treated, has burn residual and everything from there. So we utilize that water to clean, we probably average about 12,000 gallons per backwash. The permit allows us to do no more than 95,000 gallons a day, but we are looking to do about 95,000 gallons for the whole month. I mean, we get our backwash cycles and stuff from there. So
Now, this is water that's better than what's in the river.
Yes, sir.
It's cleaner.
but of course, anything leaving the plant, any water leaving the plant, except that doesn't constitute treated to the highest degree water, is considered wastewater, even though it's a water treatment plant. So that's where that term comes in, and it confuses me because I've got the water plant, wastewater plant, I get, fragmented with it, but so anybody reading this, why were they doing wastewater in the water plant and they'll put wastewater in the river? It's deemed a terminology because it is a lesser degree of treatment than the water that we're putting out to customers. So.
Do we have anybody wanting to talk? Will? No. Okay. Is there any other public comment?
No.
Well, at 8:11, then I will close the public hearing. And at 8:11:30, we'll open the regular meeting back up. We have nothing under the consent agenda. Item number 1 under old business is going to be budget amendments. And so this is something that we haven't really done in the past. When there's money moving from one line item to another, we just kind of said, hey, let's do it, and, never really followed it up. So, got Will's help and worked on getting some budget amendments. So we have a few of them to go over. And right now, there's no vote. I mean, the money's already been moved or already been allocated to spend. And probably already been spent. This is meant mainly to let us know and have a record of it, so that when we do budget next year, we have a record.
Most of them were items that council already approved. It's just council did not say, hey, move it from this line to this line, or where's the money coming from? If you approve a purchase or something, we need to say where it's coming from, and where the money's gonna come from.
So the first one is Amendment 2020-001, and it's a budget amendment in the amount of $3,538.08. And this was for 54 cents per hour adjustment to the police officers when we went from on holiday pay. So they work whole different schedule, 12 hours, and in most people's holidays are an 8-hour holiday. And so it was to kind of straighten all that up. And so we are moving, getting that from the line item called police department overtime. So basically, we've already made a decision to do that, and just let us know where the money is.
Wash.
Right. We're not yet.
Just training.
Amendment 2020-002 is the annual audit conducted by Lavender, and so we have a 002 and a 002A. So transfer of funds from general fund saving to the city hall auditor account in the amount of $8,000. The city finance department is requesting a one-time line item reallocation of funds. This reallocation will apply to the 2020 budget year and is necessary to fund the annual audit conducted by Lavender and not PCE. The audit fee of $14,000. This cost has increased from the 2018 audit cost.
Initially.
So we thought. So the 2020 budget accounted for $6,000 of the cost in one department. In 2021, we will require $18,000 divided among 3 departments. This reallocation of line item funds in the amount of $8,000 and an increase to the overall department budget. So this one we did have to, it was an increase to the budget. And then the 2A was the audit, and it was an additional $3,000. And same thing, we'll have to take it from the general fund and move it over to the city hall auditor. So like we said, the reason for this is to make record of this. So when we do budget next year, we'll know what it actually costs, and we'll know what we need to budget for it and how we're going to spread it. And then amendment.
Went from 8,000 to 14,000 on our home, and they extended for all this. That's right.
Actually went to 17,000.
So, yeah, from 2018 was 16,000. 2019 turned out to be 17,000. In the 2020 budget, which covers the 2019 audit, we only budgeted $6,000 in one department, which has been City Hall, as opposed to budgeting $6,000 in each, so it'd be divided amongst 3 departments. It was only captured in one. So next year, we will make sure that remember, next year we will add $6,000 to each, have $18,000 covered in the budget to praise the Lord that we stopped going up each year.
Okay, and
So the money's in the budget, it's just being moved.
well, no, in that case, it wasn't, we had to pull some out of savings. So we had to pull some out of general fund saving because we only budgeted $6,000.
And it should have been 6,000 three different.
Three different funds.
Is the department seeing water and sewer?
Water, sewer, general fund, and then police department, those three.
Would be,
City hall, police, and water sewer.
That's correct. We could hit water and sewer, but you know.
Well, you can hit water, sewer, and streets and parks, so I get hit twice.
Do we have a second on that?
The next one is amendment 2020-003, which is Texas Division of Emergency Management. Conducted a comprehensive reconciliation of funds dispersed to the city of Blanco. So this is basically FEMA money for some of the FEMA projects. And when they did their reconciliation, the results indicated that the city of Blanco received funds in excess. And so we basically had to pay it back, and that was in the amount of $3,528. So this budget amendment will require transfer of funds from the WCP drinking water account that was not budgeted. So this was not budgeted.
Well, it's not a budget item. It was in a FEMA account.
Yeah.
It had not been used. We just gave it back.
It was a wash.
And then amendment 2020-004, this budget amendment for costs associated with engineering expenses, unauthorized engineering expenses, requested by previous mayor. This budget amendment will require a transfer of funds from the general fund saving to a new line item in the city hall budget. And this is in the amount of $7,123. These expenses were not included in the 2019 or 2020 budget, and this is to prevent the impact of unauthorized expenses reflecting department head. So this was money that would come out of Ronnie's budget, and yet he did not authorize or ask, for these services. So to protect his budget and him. Any questions on that?
What was it, that amount?
That one was $7,123.20.
So far.
And then we have amendment 2020-005, which is for and this one we will talk about a little bit later, so it might not be a budget amendment if we decide to go, but it's for a K-9 cage. Basically, we have a new officer that bought a new house, and help me if I'm wrong here, that was responsible for the K-9, and he is going to, he doesn't have a proper place to the house, and the house is in town, so we would either have the ordinance in place, and we will, this is a line item later, so we can go a little bit deeper, but
I thought it just slept on the foot of your bed.
That's because these dogs get treated a little differently. This is not a new officer, it's just the K-9 officer currently assigned. And him and his new wife made a purchase of a new home, or had a home built. And at the new location, he don't have the same kennel. And the one that he currently has at the old house is so rusted out, and it's in bad shape. So we were looking to build the dog new kennel.
So we'll discuss this a lot more when we go to actually.
There's a line item for it later on.
That'd be 45, if we go with it, it's going to be a budget amendment to use the money from that. So that's all.
It was originally proposed as a grant that would be received, and the grant did not come through, so we've got to put a budget amendment to decide where the money's going to come from.
All right, so that's all we have on item number 1, budget amendments.
Yeah, number 6.
What about number 6?
Oh, is it number 6?
Mm-hmm.
That was 5. We got 6.
Did you have 6?
Okay, yeah. 2020 number 6, City of Blanco, Police Department is requesting a budget amendment in the form of line item change to reallocate funds from the overtime budget to the line item computer hardware budget in the amount of $4,500. City of Blanco Police Department, Chief Ritchie is requesting a one-time line item reallocation of funds. This reallocation will apply only to the 2020 budget year All future budgets will be adjusted accordingly. This reallocation of line item funds in the amount of $4,500 will not increase or decrease the overall department budget. It will reflect a decrease in overtime budget by basically we're taking money from the overtime that they have not been using and move it over to pay for this. So, we're good with that. All right, and now we can go on to item number 2 under the regular agenda. This is discuss and consider action on real property owned by Bob and Carolyn Boyson located at 320 2nd Street. We need to have a second survey completed at a cost not to exceed $600 to exchange the city of Blanco portion of Block 12 for Boyston's .183 acre lot of land, portion of 11. So in your packet, you should have a couple of maps that maybe help show a little bit, but the one with the highlighted yellow, you'll see basically.
Now this is right out here.
Right. So basically, it was, yeah. We found out that the stage and all that was actually in private property, that was in the Christian's property, and so they, with some discussions, they are willing to do a land swap basically, and so we've had one portion of the survey done, and then we need the second one done. So at this stage, all we really need to vote on is to spend the $600. We will follow that up with another item for the voices to come in and basically let us know when they want to do the official swap.
Contract.
Yeah, the actual contract to do the swap. Right now, it's just, all we need to do is approve the spending of the $600.
All right, well, I'll make a motion that, we go ahead and complete the survey not to exceed $600 for the exchange of City of Blanco portion of Block 12 for Boyston's .183 acre tract of land.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. We have a second. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed?
Should it be addressed where the money, the funds will come from?
Yeah.
It does.
I have to raise it more.
Yeah.
Professional fees, line item professional fees.
So number 3, discuss and consider action on annual renewal of memorandum of understanding between City of Blanco and King Lake Water Service Company. At this time, I will say I'll table this just because we don't have a document and we're not going to move forward with the water plant at this time. So we have time to do this. So we will have this prepared by next time. Basically, it's an agreement between us and King Lake. They're going to provide the water.
So this is the old.
That's the old one, so basically what we'll have to do is we just need to change the dates on it because
Okay.
it'll be the same understanding, we'll just have to change the dates and get it signed by Kimberly again and by us, so.
It does specify that, it has the dates for us is when the project completion date, whatever.
So we have time, we'll just leave it up and get.
Covered, but.
Well, let's not stick this on.
Right.
Yeah.
4 is discuss and consider action on abandonment of easement Pittsburgh subdivision. Once again, I'll table this one because we're pending a petition for some budding landowners and process is kind of been delayed by this COVID-19 stuff. So we will table it till the next meeting, and these things that we're tabling, we are keeping them on here so that they won't go away until we either address them or we decide we want to take them off. I think in the past, the things we got tabled was never brought back up. And so now we're taking them again and keeping them on here until.
Just quickly remind you, I can't recall off the top of my head, which easement are those we abandoning over there or proposed?
So this one is, I'll have we'll explain to you.
So
Just a quick reminder.
as there are streets over in that area across from the Chandler Apartments.
Right.
there are streets that were proposed in old county lines.
Yes.
They never got developed. People own the land that goes all the way across all those streets. And someone bought one of those sections of land. They just want to be able to develop on the whole property. At least they're doing it right because one of the other ones built a house where the road's supposed to be. So, you know, all this stuff got done as he wanted to in the past. This particular purchaser is asking, so that I don't have any problems from my bank or anything else, I want this road to be abandoned by the city in writing. And there is no utility easements, there is nothing to do with utilities there. It is open field that had a road back when Pittsburgh was its own township.
We've run into, easement issues in that area before.
We have.
So, anyway, we're tabling it, so.
Right.
And according to Brad, and Brad's direction, the only legal way we can move forward with it is to get a petition from the abutting landowners. And again, one of the landowners is already built in the middle of the road, his house is there. So I don't think it's hard to get it, you just gotta get the communication. They can't go door knocking.
Yeah.
Item number 5 is discuss and consider action on the ordinance for textile speed limit reduction on Highway US 281 northbound and southbound from mile point 30.025 to mile point 29.175. And Ronnie, I think you've done research, you can tell us where those points are. So basically we just have to go through the formality of approving this, and basically also give the PD, the approval to enforce these speed limits. But if you want to give
This is just, I mean, it's, TxDOT's looking to lower the speed limit on that, certain section of highway on the 20th of this month. And like, again, it is just a formality for us to go ahead and approve this and put it into an ordinance form so that way the local police department can, of course, enforce the speed limits and such from there. This, for the new council members, this did come up last month, and council at that time expressed their concerns regarding the signs that are currently there are wrong, according to TxDOT. And then it brought up the whole, I guess, the aspect of maybe looking as a city to lower the speed limit at that section even lower, maybe, or even outside of town. We would just kind of kick around options and stuff from there. Hector, I believe it's Hector Jimenez with TxDOT. I don't know if we've even got his stuff in here, but it's got that information. He's been the one only contact I've had with TxDOT regarding this issue. When I did and tried to email him regarding council's comments at the time, all communication stopped. But the last thing one of the last things we did converse about was that this is something that TxDOT's looking to do. They don't really have to have the city of Blanco's blessing kind of thing. It's their highway, they're going to change stuff. This is in our favor to actually pass the ordinance so that way we can in turn enforce it or be able to enforce the speed limit from there. I haven't received anything back from Mr. Jimenez, so therefore I did send him another email stating that, we will go before council with this, resolution again, see if it in turn passes from there, but I don't think we're gonna drop the issue as far as trying to get the speed limit lowered any further. So this just said, again, a formality for us to go ahead and pass, to enforce the speed limit on that section of the roadway.
And we have reached out to another resource trying to get some assistance that has TxDOT contacts that's trying to help assist us to be able to get the speed limit reduced back lower before you get to 32.
Right.
And reduce the whole section across there, because you got big trucks coming out of Stripes, you've got yet park with kids and families traveling. There's no reason that should even be 60 miles an hour. It should be 45 at best.
All right.
Can I just add something? I don't know, this probably has to be a separate thing with TxDOT, but I would really like to see the speed limit lowered and that stretch in front of the post office. I mean, that's 35 miles an hour. And, that's crazy, 35 miles an hour, I'm just trying to back out of the post office.
Yeah.
And people are walking across the street and people are coming in the 163 that don't realize, suddenly you're in town and you're on the square. That really needs to be lower.
The parking issue addresses there too with the amount of speed limit.
All that.
It's very, have to go through text dot on that.
That is a text that happened. Well, I'm hoping that between the contacts that, Will's reached out as well to some other contacts on that.
Speaking to the microphone. Can you hear us, Brad?
I don't know.
Brad, can you hear us?
Are you awake? The wrong audio.
I'm not hearing anything else.
But I'm hoping that we would be able to in the future. Be the-
All the mics are on.
Even the speakers.
Yeah.
Brad, over.
Everybody mics is on.
Yeah, he said he got this.
I'm checking on.
Well, we listening to country western music.
Right.
Earbuds on.
Who's texting me back? No, no sound. Cut out. He says. About 8:28 is when it cut out.
Any other people here?
I'm checking with
Yes, you can.
Charles on the other hand. This is gonna call him. Yes, they have it on Facebook.
Okay, so it's a Brad issue.
I think it's a Brad issue.
Okay.
It makes me feel better.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Y'all stand up, wave at him.
Well, if the camera's only going to you, wave all you have to.
So go ahead and make a motion.
Yeah, I think we're good on,
Or does anybody else want?
fine.
Oh, I've got one comment is, when we provided to approve this, when is it effective?
May 20th, right?
It'll be a little going up.
He's probably not been able to reestablish contract.
Right, no, their date's gonna be May 20th.
Well, Ronnie's trying, the contact Ronnie and them are trying to do is to even lower it even more, so this is what TxDOT came to us with and said, you know, this is what they're gonna change it to, but we're trying to even get lower and get cut it back all the way down to 32, so this is formality to get this approved, but we wanna follow up with
What do you want?
Yeah, more.
I mean, yeah, given the concern, but even then, given the concern, I don't see why the motion couldn't be that we're accepting this or passing it pending the date that the,
We've already enforced. Well, they actually lowered it 5 miles several years ago and then.
And didn't change it.
So if you call TxDOT, they'll take you one thing, but the speed limit sign says another. So, yeah. Bureaucracy. Feedback.
Mayor, I'm sorry for the technical difficulties. All of a sudden it went silent, so took me a second.
But you can hear us now, right?
I'm good now.
All right. Well, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion that we accept the resolution from TxDOT for speed limit reduction on US Highway 281 northbound and southbound from mile point 30.025 to mile point 29.175.
Okay, we have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Smith, any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Unanimous. So the next item is item number 6, discuss and consider action on purchase of canine officer cage at a cost of $5,000. And this was the item that was listed on the budget amendment, so if we do approve it, then the budget amendment, that's will also be due. So in your packet, we have a invoice or a estimate from Southern House, the amount of $5,000.
Anything you want to add to this, Mr. Thornhill, or any?
The contractor that built this house is actually still working on the house, and so I suggest that we just see if he would put in a bid once the bid that we got.
Okay.
So basically, this is not expenditure for his house, for improvements to his house, just addition to the canine cage.
Well, I have a question. This is not a portable unit.
No, it's a kennel, but he's got to build a base frame for the kennel. Sure. To sit in, and that's what this is basically. And so it's a new cage, kennel, and a roof, and a floor.
So if for some reason, if for some reason the officer leaves, or if something changes, can the cage part of it move and just not the floor?
The cage and the roof can move, the floor cannot go anywhere.
Yes. Yeah, so we have to, right. We do.
I thought Chief Richie said it was gonna be built up as a portion of that.
That is gonna be an extension of that porch. So basically, they're just doing, because the problem is that the lane goes down and there's no flat area to set a kennel. So he's building an extension on the porch. He's just extending the porch so that it will set flat.
So the other option would be to board him someplace, somewhere that.
The problem with that is now the city would be taking on boarding expenses, which are extremely expensive, plus liability if the dog was to injure someone. Not that the dog bites.
Right, I just wanted to make sure we understood that.
And the dog doesn't, needs to be with his handler as well for continuity of service, is that correct?
That is correct, and the more important thing is security of the animal himself, because the animal is, expensive, and we don't want someone getting to.
Brett, can you see anything, or any issues or anything with this?
This was a bid from the person who's building his home.
Yes.
I see. Are there going to be any other bids from any other,
I could send them out for other bids, but I'm afraid they're gonna come back even more expensive. This guy's actually doing, cutting us a break on this.
What is the amount, what is the amount of the bid that you did receive?
5,000.
Okay.
5,000?
I suggest Ronnie could do it cheaper.
What,
Of course, Ronnie.
what portion of this could be removed? If it's, is the cage and the roof is one thing they can pull off. Is it valued at 2,500 and the base is at 2,500 or?
It's a pretty big cage. I think it's a.
120 square feet.
Yes, sir.
So that's 10 or 12.
I would say most of that expenses would be in that slab. It's usually a slab.
Actually, it's actually not a slab. Well,
Slab.
there is gonna be some form of concrete board. I didn't actually see the design. I just know that the officer said there would be some concrete board, and then a wooden portion would be built around to hold the cage in place, so it couldn't slide off or be
I
pushed
mean, we're
off.
putting improvements on somebody's private property. Not objectionable with that. I'm just curious what was said. If for some reason that officer left the force or no longer owned the house or something of that nature, that improvement goes to the deed to the house and the occupant.
Only the slab portion of it.
Well, not necessarily. In real estate, the way it works is if something is screwed in, it's part of the existing structure. So for instance, a refrigerator is not considered a fixture because it's not screwed to the ground, but a curtain rod or a fan is. And so if that cage is bolted down, it would be considered part of that structure.
I think that's what the wood part comes in, because the wood part is where the wood can keep it removed. just sit down and like the tongue of truth.
And even so, it's a one-time expenditure on some of these private property, you're correct, probably that is a start. But I think to offset that against the cost of boarding.
No, here, it's, I mean, give me 2 weeks from now, it's 2 weeks notice, I think I.
My question was, is there an available unit with comparable function? And maybe it costs, $3,000 more when I'm looking at 5, we're looking at 8. But it's just a stand-up pen that's removable,
That we could
a
go
lot of track,
like a portable.
portable,
Thing, like,
or could we hit it with
what do you call it, your cattle, your goat pins that are movable? A goat pin. But they're movable, temporary.
That's the.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is the construction that is being proposed, back to Mr. Lewis's point about a fixture, and I agree with his characterization under the law of what constitutes a fixture versus what doesn't constitute a fixture. The corollary to that is also, is this construction being proposed as sort of a permanent improvement to a private residence, or if not improvement in the technical sense? Is that what's being proposed?
That's the way I'm understanding it at this point, unless I'm mistaken.
I haven't seen the bid, and I don't know exactly what the specs are, but I would say that we ought to exercise some caution. And the other point that was made about something that, although it may be more expensive, but that is portable, because the expenditure that the city makes the entire thing ought to be retained by the city. If the officer who this is leaves employment, a week after this is completed, then what expenditure has the city made that it's unable to recover or retain in terms of the material? And so if there's a permanent improvement to someone's property, that poses some issues that I think we need to think about.
Well, I think Chief Ritchie also made a point. Well, I think didn't we have last time about, well, why aren't we taking the one from the place where he is now? But I guess over time, the dog urinated on the metal and whatever, it's rusted out. So we need to also think about, as Brad was saying, how are we going to amortize this away? What's the life?
Right.
Even if it is a brand new structure, how long is it going to last? What's the life of it going to be? So if we do spend $5,000, is it going to last 5 years? Or 10 years. I mean, so even if say after 3 years he decides to move again, or there's a new officer, will that even be able to be moved because of the wear and tear on it from him? I would think that's also.
Rebuilding the cabin now.
Yeah, they think it's great.
Okay, so the kennel he's in now, the city bought previously?
I don't.
I think it was was it the officer, was it?
It came with the grandson.
Okay, so it came in.
It had a 2-year life.
Well, the issue was it was constructed, and it was paid for by the grant, but no construction company the officer basically set it up. And that's why we're trying to lift it up off the ground. That way the key corrodes fast, and that's what the wooden structure around the concrete is for, is I did it up off the ground. And basically it would not be sitting directly on CNAT. And maybe we're hoping to prevent the deterioration of it by lifting it up. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
So,
So it's not like we have no defendant there. So I don't know if we wanna go out for another bid or anything.
What I ask, a skid mounted unit or something like that, that be leveled on site with nominal expense to the city for grading and, support structures or whatever. Where there was, for some reason, a need to relocate that dog somewhere else, we would have that available.
Do you wanna make that a motion to, I guess, table it till
I guess my suggestion is we table it, and come back with some way where we have a tangible property that can be transferred should there be a need.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, the motion.
So we have a motion to table it until we can get another bid for a more mobile version of a dog bin. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
John, second, all in favor? Opposed? So, Thornhill, would that be you, looking into that, or you have an officer, or either way you get that?
Well, I'm a former female officer, so I'll make it.
Right.
Just in parting, we want what's best for the dog too, and it's something needs what the best solution for everybody.
Oh, no, I totally understand.
Right, so with that being said, we are done with old business, now we can actually get to new business. First item is discuss and consider action on the new ordinance to adopt and approve the new fees for water, sewer, and regulation in the city of Blanco and EPJ. So this is one we talked about a little bit, and you saw the public comments. So before us today is, and I know I'm not sure how much the two council members have had a chance to discuss it, the older council members, we've gone over a couple of meetings. We're probably more familiar, and Ronnie and Will and Ms. Gosnell have done a lot of work to get us here, so I'm not sure if, well, for one, we have this COVID situation, so to go up on rates right now, I think we kind of all agree that we have the option to pass it, not necessarily make it effect today, or if y'all need more time to look at it and, look at actual examples of, how this affects a school or a church or things like that.
Maybe we can get a little recap from those who.
Yeah.
They're involved there.
Who wants to, Martha, who wants to do the, Friday Wilson? Your staff, Martha's.
Explain about why the water board.
The water board,
Yeah,
pushed this for years to raise our water rates because we don't forget specifically sewer. We don't bring in enough money off our sewer rates right now to pay for our sewer plant. All these loans that we have need to be paid for, and the water board's encouraged this year over year to raise the rates to help make our payments that way. They feel that we haven't touched it since, when was the last time? We had a water,
2011, 2012.
I think it was 11, but not positive.
Right.
So we're due a utilities rate increase. I would, however, suggest that we put this off to the next meeting to bring everybody up to speed. And me and Ronnie would be happy to sit down with each one of the new members, and the old ones, y'all have your chance. The new ones.
Well, I've got one question. If we implemented this, water sewer rate option one, and it only addresses the water, right?
There's actually 2 pages there. Actually, there's, let me get my sheet out here. There's 2 pages.
Sewer plus 12.
That would be proposed rate, is just $12.
A $12 increase on the sewer rate. We already adopted the trash. We already agreed to do the trash, and we've already implemented that. The garbage, at the top of the second page, where it says sewer on the left side, top column, we should propose a $12 sewer increase, which brings us just above break even for the sewer plant. The idea being that each entity should be self-sustaining, whether it be sewer plant, water treatment plant, or wastewater treatment plant. They should be self-sustaining. Water treatment plant has been carrying the wastewater plants for numerous years. So adding $12 to the sewer rate brings us just above break even, which is, and it's a substantial increase, so we don't want to take more than we have to.
Is the sewer rate based off water consumption?
No,
Well, we do the winter average. So it is water consumption during the winter months.
so the way you would look at it is a lot of times, I mean, you're thinking of the way I think of it. A lot of times in a larger city, they estimate sewer being basically 30% of your water usage. And so that $12 puts us at the median average of 30% of a water usage for a median average bill for residential.
So your annual sewer rate currently is based off of
Winter water rate,
winter water rate.
the lower side.
I think when you had a meter for your water and a meter for your irrigation or any other use. You know, so you were billed, if you used an extra 20,000, you got charged an extra 20,000 every month for sewer.
And if I'm understanding correctly, Ronnie, we only have one sewer meter.
We only have one customer here in town, being an industrial customer that has a network reader.
Okay, that's fine.
So in lieu of that, a lot of other cities use the 30% average. And that puts us in line with that on the sewer side. On the water side, we looked at residential as being all of them as being graduated rates based on your usage. So the more water you use, the more it costs per thousand. Residential rates, you know, as we came meeting after meeting or workshop after workshop, we got direction from council. The residential format was pretty widely agreed upon. It did not hurt our low-end users, and it only tacked on the cost to our high-volume users. Same thing with commercial. We kept there's a lot of little shops in town here that do not use even 1,000 gallons of water. So we kept them at that's why we call it designated a C1. It's just a rate code that's not necessarily meaning a commercial one rate. So we kept them so it's not impacting the little small mom and pop shops that don't use water and can't really handle an impact. But then we did a higher rate for the large commercial users, and it's also a graduated rate as well. Industrial falls the same manner with a higher meter fee, and for meter fees, it's kind of important to have some meter fee impact because currently everything's $35 meter fee, everything, which is right, $30. So from a budget standpoint, for Ronnie to be able to do his budget annually, the $75 meter fee is something he can have a foundation base off of. Whereas you may not have a lot of water usage from time to time, whatever happens, whether it be COVID-19, drought, whatever, the base meter fee would be something he could budget off annually and have a good foundation to build his budget off of. We have the multifamily there, and of course we have the exempt, which would be nonprofits with respect to current residential rate that they're already paying. And it's proposed to have a higher meter fee for church schools. That does not mean it has to be that. That's where I need the feedback to y'all's direction. If $100 is ridiculous, then let's don't do it. If $30 is acceptable, let's do it, or break it out however it needs to be.
Well, I guess they've not been charged a meter fee previously.
$30
base.
So, I mean, how much does that impact the total increase of $159,000 if we did not have if we went back to the $30 on, and did not do an increase.
I can work those numbers and find out. If we did not do an increase, it would be a minimal impact. For churches and schools, be a
Well,
minimal.
it might be a minimal impact for us, it might not be a minimal impact for them.
You're exactly right.
But right now, when we did this, anybody who uses less, any resident that uses less than 5,000 gallons a month, rates would not go up,
Would not be impacted at all.
would not be impacted at all.
Same thing with commercial, the C ones.
Yeah,
Okay.
right. So most of our customers wouldn't see a change in their rate at all. It's
And then,
just the car wash,
which is industrial rate.
which is an industrial rate, laundromat, they're gonna see their rates go up.
Right.
And there's others that are industrial that will be moved to the special conditions with the industrial waste permit, because currently they weren't required to based on our TCEQ permit that we're under our right now. When we get our new one, it may have new requirements, whether it be for phosphorus levels or whatever else Ronnie's gone through, that we may have to put them under an industrial waste permit. We currently have one customer with an industrial waste permit, and that doesn't expire for another 2 years, I think.
I believe it's 2 years.
But it's gonna have to be renegotiated prior to that, and that would set them with a new water rate and a new waste rate, because you're using an enormous amount of water, and TCEQ is gonna mandate us to do that wastewater permit. Unfortunately, those previous ones, the previous industrial wastewater permit was done in 5 years. It needs to be cut down to a 3-year term. Which, once we get to a point of making a decision and direction, again, this is built off the feedback that we've gotten from council so far. We have 2 new members. We would like their feedback as well. To hone this out on something you can actually vote on. But we do want to move on fairly quickly, not for the reasons of raising the rate. You can agree to this rate chart and say, we're not doing it until January, or doing it in October, or doing it whenever. I don't care about that. I need to get to a point where we can start renegotiating a industrial waste permit for one specifically, and probably 2 others once we get our new CCQ permit.
Ron, so we are buying all our water during the upgrades to the water treatment plant. What are we paying?
What are we paying?
What are we paying for the water we're buying?
I believe the current contract's for $1.90 per 1,000 gallons.
Okay.
But of course, that's just the purchase of the water itself being metered. From there, the city incurs the expense. As we're pumping it, testing it, cycling.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So I missed anything last one? I haven't had a chance to look at a lot of them, but one suggestion I had was help me is, talk to Ronnie and or Will and get some examples of some businesses and kind of see how it's going to impact, our business. I mean, just to make sure, are we doubling it? Are we going from, 100,000 a month? So I think to give you that information on, we don't want to probably here say what, certain businesses use, but if you could, get that information from either Olga or Will or Ronnie and do the homework, and I've read it a little bit. It just kind of helps, put it in reality that, okay, if the schools all of a sudden going to get this bill, how's it going to affect them or even, one of the businesses. So, I'm not sure if we're going to table this or,
Well, even that, like what we discussed, the idea is to get the water rate established, so we vote on it, we know what it's gonna be. The timeline of which we initiate it, again, would be a different story. We had talked about this, it's been going on over a year, I guess, and between Will and Mr. Scouswell, that it's really moved forward. Thank you very much for as much as they pushed through on that. But of course, with COVID and stuff from there, but the idea was to get the rates established, so that way we have ample time to alert the public that this is what's coming.
Right.
The only thing about now and where we fall with this and COVID and stuff from there, I mean, in my opinion, I would like to see it October 1st so we can base our next budget off of it. But again, if that's not the case, that's not the way we're moving, it's totally up to council's decision, but once we, get our rate established, then the next step would be when are we gonna initiate and go from there. So,
I'm in agreement I think we've got a revenue source. I mean, we're gonna lose some of our other revenue sources, during this pandemic and everything. So I'm supportive. I think we need to do a little more research, and I don't mind, pinging on Wellsum or something like that.
Trying to make things out. You've done a lot of work.
I have all kinds of searches. People ask me a question, I can tell you what the rate down to, how much this lodge is gonna pay.
Okay, well, then I am curious. If you go to one of our larger multi-families here in town, it's probably got a single meter or a single, they're not.
we currently just have one multifamily. It is one single meter.
One single meter. So the impact on them is gonna be.
The impact on them, we were discussing that while you were executive.
The way Chandler Place works,
Yes.
they don't charge their residents by how much water their residents use. Or in the rent. Yeah, so you have to say, okay, so how. Corporation owns the building.
The landlord.
The landlord, right. And what we do is we charge the $30 meter fee. They only have one meter. You multiply it by 50, because they have 50 units.
Okay.
And then whatever gallons of water go through that meter,
Right.
they pay right now $7 a 1,000 gallons.
So,
And then that they work into their rent.
Right, but I mean, they're under leases. And so, and it's probably a 1-year lease or something like that. So the average will be 6 months people are under the lease, but they need some notice. So they can make an adjustment in their lease rate.
Right.
Right now, if you're with COVID, if somebody doesn't pay their rent, they don't have to move.
Right.
well, and then
And the situation where we can look at it, okay. I have to find where I got theirs listed after, but say they use 200,000 gallons a month.
Right.
Do we just charge them at the $7 for 200,000? Or the first 5,000? $8 for the next
I'm not projecting.
Yeah, which would be just for the.
It's $35 a unit, and they've got to have some time to.
That's what they call
They've always paid.
they've always paid 30.
It's not any.
They've always paid 30 units, going, proposing 5.
You're.
Got $5.
So you're $5, okay, then I'm not.
And the idea for the adjustment period, that can always be worked out with the landlord, but you gotta realize that, say the landlord, the landlord's factored in $200 a month of that rent to cover their utilities. And as a general rule, he may lose some months, their water bill may be $220, and some months it may be $160. So there's some flow in there that he's factored into to be able to adjust, have a time period to adjust that.
And then, the average tenants, their water usage isn't gonna go up and down cyclically like, say,
A resident.
because those are water belong to the landlord is using that water to maintain the property. So the average tenant shouldn't have flows.
Well, then,
I think it all. Yeah, and the Chandler Place what we're talking about, it, their water bill was not did this one. Where, would be at the base rate of $30 and $7 per 1,000 gallons. Would be $1,992 for 50 units.
Well, I'd say my suggestion is y'all just got the information that you need to use it, and we're gonna implement it today anyway, I would
Right.
suggest, another month to dig in deeper and then, but, I mean, I think we all agree, we do need to move forward with something and I just wanted to.
Well, can I make a suggestion or?
And share it with
Is I would like to see the meter fee reduced on the exempt back to where it was.
Okay.
I agree.
I mean, and then I would be, that's the only thing that I found that might be.
Are you on the church and school line item?
Keep exempt as is.
Yeah.
Or-
Put it, and I don't mind giving them a $5 increase or something like
Right.
that. But I don't wanna go for I don't wanna add $70 a month,
To their bill right off the bat.
I agree.
Well, and Martha makes the valid point, though. Did I just say that? I'm sorry. Ms. Gosnell.
You will.
Ms. Gosnell made the valid point of that it's really a matter, you can look at one church and say, $100, that's nothing to them.
Yeah.
But and we have probably 4 or 5 small churches that would be hard to get impact on. So it's something that that's the feedback we've got to have, and sometimes you got to put a carrot out there for y'all to handle. Make sure you pay attention.
So we have a motion for. Okay.
Sure, I'll make a motion to table and then we'll go.
So we have a motion to table and to change the exempt fee. Is there a second? Also, there's a second, any discussion, all in favor? All opposed, so this will be tabled, so that's, like I said, I was suggest talking to them and getting some examples because it's an outcome, we looked at, some of them, it will make a big impact, some of them won't, so gotta be ready to, once we make the decision to hear about it. So item number 2. You want to skip this one, Mr. Cook?
Go.
No, it's not, I'm trying to get you.
This is my big.
We can move this to after executive session.
We want to discuss and consider action on new task order number 5, amended, church water treatment plant. So you should have in your packet task order number 5. And, Mr. Kirk, you wanna?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, it-
I'm with Grievance engineer. Very nice to meet you all. Back in March, I think late March, the city council authorized task order number 5 to get it started on the wastewater treatment plant application amendment. And the scope of that task order was 3 things. It was to add the new outfall down to the Blanco River, which has not been done yet because it hasn't been decided. 2, to reevaluate the capacity of the plant. We have done most of that work. And 3rd was to basically figure out what was left to do on all the amendments. That task order was just to get us started. So we have now figured out the bulk of the work that we know needs to be done. And that is what is covered in this task order amendment. So there is a lengthy scope of work that is to be accomplished by us as the engineer. There's a lengthy scope of work that Ronnie's got to do on behalf of the city of Blanco. Most of the owner's responsibilities should be relatively easy to accomplish, having done a lot of sampling and work in the past. So we're trying not to reinvent the wheel where possible. And then there's a few items in there that are identified as additional services where we just don't know yet. whether or not need some of those services. So that brings us to where we are today. We have, like I said, we have done quite a bit of work on the plant capacity. We've got a lot of momentum going. We've got thoughts in our heads, and we want to keep the momentum. And the schedule that we have in there is to. The goal is to submit to TCEQ the application amendments in about 3 months, or towards the end of the summer. Is what our current goal is. The goal we're all working. Can I answer any questions about the amendment to the task order, the scope of work, and responsibilities, etc.? Well, the fee, the original fee in the task order was $20,000. But they increased to $45,000, so it's an increase of $25,000. About $45,000 total.
I'm not gonna know the question.
And I will say, that, there's a lot of things we know we need to do, but there are still some gray areas and some unknowns. We're in daily discussions with TCEQ and your attorneys, about the most strategic and best path to take on behalf of the city of Blanco. And that there's going to be some left and right turns along the way. I can't say what they're going to be, but I feel good about the scope that we've documented. But there's going to be some interesting things that happen in the future.
Okay, you helped prepare a project budget on March the 20th, 2020. And this line item of this increase is going to fall where in this budget? Project budget.
Oh, that's the water treatment plant.
And I'm going to want this, but let me try to rip into the wrong box.
Was she on the task order?
I've got that, I've looked at that, I'm trying to look at the budget for that one.
There was an original compensation of $20,000.
Right.
I did not provide a detailed breakdown of that amount. I can.
No, I'm not asking for that, I'm trying to find the total budget for the project.
For the wastewater treatment plant?
I've got about three.
That was just construction.
Right.
Yeah. Do you want the water development board project budget for?
Yes.
I do not have that.
I don't remember the number offhand, but
I was wondering where that was going, I'm just curious where that would fall. I mean,
I'm sorry, I'm not the engineer of record on that side. I do not have that budget.
about previously.
I might have a copy of this. I don't know.
right, I say,
Craig would have that.
Greg would have all of that stuff as well, but it's information we can get to you, just not right here in front of us.
Okay.
Ronnie, would this 45,000 come out of the 100,000 that we have for? So we have $100,000. Yeah, so $100,000 for the discharge permit that includes legal and any of this. So.
Well, and mind you, especially for you new council members, in a nutshell, we've changed directions a few times. And that's where, when we came to council with a budget, and we were actually proposing, I believe, $300,000 for the discharge permit itself. That was knocked down to $100,000. That way, we would, if we needed emergency funding or something after that, we'd be budget amendments in that case. What's happened since then is we were still pushing at that time for the 1.6 million gallon per day discharge. Now we've taken a different route. So of course, you're gonna, if you were to look back, and I'm sure Tom would tell you too, look back on the timeline, it's like, okay, we put money in it to go this route. We put money in to go this route. Now we're going this route. So, I mean, I believe now the route we're going is the most feasible and accurate, and it's going to be the easiest and probably the most cost-effective route that we can go anywhere. But yes, it would be coming down to 100,000, but whatever is left of it, it might be to the point where we're doing a bunch of spending for that amount.
Okay, I am confused. And I mean, this right here is our projected construction costs. This is 5.416, right?
Yeah, this is the water treatment plant. We're talking about the wastewater.
Wastewater.
Okay.
Now we're up there.
Okay, sorry. It just takes a little while for it to sort. It's pretty, I still had the other hat on. Yeah, so this is making sense. I'm completely with you. Thank you.
I saw somewhere where the wastewater treatment plant, the city called it the water reclamation plant, something like that. I think we need to.
Right, change up some verbiage here.
We did that.
The water factory.
Yeah. There you go.
Can I answer any more questions for everybody?
Well, I just would like a clear overview of exactly, like, it just seems like there's a lot of like, not figured out things like where the irrigation would go.
That's correct.
I'd like to know what the capacity of the potential irrigation area is. And it seems like the permit should be scaled to what we actually have capacity to irrigate. I'm sure.
I think
many of
that's
you know, I'm really opposed to putting sewage in one. So I think that we really need to, look very comprehensively at what those other irrigation options are beyond, Mr. Palmer's property and the city property. And,
That's a great question. Let me ask the mayor. I know this is an item for executive session.
On the route.
That's just on the route. I thought there was okay. So it's okay to answer their question?
Yeah.
Okay. One of the significant strategic changes that we're making is to incorporate something that's called a discharge as a last resort.
right.
And what that means is that we're going to irrigate all that we can. And then we're going to meet all of the P10 or the reuse water demand that we can. And we're going to fill all our storage up. And once we've accomplished all three of those things, if we can't get rid of the water in any other way, then we'll discharge to the Blanco River. Our goal is zero. Our goal is to never have to discharge to the Blanco. It's kind of a flexible and balanced system. It's very seasonally sensitive. Obviously, in the summer, you irrigate a lot. You're selling a lot of people that are irrigating their fields. Water's evaporating, and you don't need a lot of storage. Well, it's the complete opposite in the winter months.
Right.
You can't irrigate much. Farmers and ranchers don't really need the water. And during the winter months, you're using your storage to the maximum that you can. And hopefully you've got enough that you don't have to discharge to the Blanco. So that's a fundamental strategic change. The permit that you submitted and it's pending now is direct discharge to the Blanco River.
Right.
So that's a significant change.
And the one that's pending is for how many gallons?
1.6 million gallons a day. And I said earlier, we reevaluated that number, and we have an estimate that's significantly lower. Significantly much lower. Probably in the 500,000 gallons per day.
If you doubling what we had,
Yes, right now we have,
like a significant increase.
Oh, yes, justify the number, I guess, at this point.
Yeah, and you have to realize, development's coming, there's a proposed development coming at the intersection of 32. Now, they may or may not be on our plan, but we have developers in town. So we have to, we also have to account for future use and development. It's not just what we need today.
I understand that, but we also have to account for an increase in, we have to figure out where that water's gonna be irrigated or stored. Because when you're doubling your permit capacity, I need the last resort thing to be a little bit more specific for me to feel comfortable with doubling the wastewater permit and then telling me we're only gonna dump it in the river as a last resort.
So let me think. I can bring to you this flexible amount.
Right.
Right now, that is more or less an idea and a concept.
Mhm.
And part of the task order amendment is put that idea on paper so that
Right.
it makes kind of engineering sense. Because right now, we don't have an estimate of what kind of storage we have. And I don't know if we need more. We know how much you irrigate today, but we don't know yet how much more you need to irrigate. We want to conceive your reuse system, so we have to kind of get a feel for the demand. What landowners in the area are A, interested in taking some of your water, and then B, how much would that water be? And C, when would they be interested? So all these things have to be factored in before we can put that system on paper. That's part of the reuse plan. Basically, that's a continuation of what we started to do. When we get to the end of this, I'll be able to answer your question almost exactly. In the month of July, we're gonna use this much storage and this much irrigation in 210, and then whatever we're gonna do. I'll be able to basically tell you exactly how it's gonna work. I can't do that today.
Okay.
Can I add one more thing? Yes. It's just important to understand that discharge is the amount that we're asking to discharge, whatever that amount is what actually comes out of the plant. Does not mean it actually discharges to the river. Example is, how much are we discharging on average today?
Right now, our discharge average is about 110,000 gallons per day.
And we haven't put water in the river since November.
November of last year.
It's all been through irrigation and evaporation.
So with our permit and where our discharge point is at the river, water is leaving that plant, the clarifier basin, and it's considered discharged water, but we are not discharging to the river and have not.
The definition of discharge is the key.
Right.
Discharge to the river being the last point. So that would only be in a case where, we've been like this for 3, 4, 5 weeks, we'd run out of storage and we couldn't irrigate, we'd have to sell. So we're it's all part of the plan that Tom's working on.
But all of this work that we're looking to get done to move that around and to know the storage capacity of it, that's all covered in this amendment that is before you now.
Right.
So when that's approved, then that gives Tom to go ahead and start getting this work going. I mean, we've actually really started on this work already.
There was some questions and discussions about development and populations. We kind of stepped back, we looked at what was originally done, collected a bunch of data from Campo, development boards, school districts, we collected data from surrounding counties. We're trying to factor in what kind of impact development could have. There's a handful of developments that are being openly discussed here, some submitted in the cities, some meetings. I mean, it's kind of difficult to say, whether those developments will actually take off, occur, during our planning period, which is somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 years. So we bumped up the population estimates, just knowing that things in Boston are happening, things in San Antonio are happening. And people are, moving out of this area a little faster than what the national planning agencies are saying. Because, we know things that are happening here. And we were talking about this the other day. Based on our population projections, we think you need to build that new unit, double what you have today, somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 years. Well, if the development doesn't occur, you don't do it. But if the development does occur, and things start growing, things start developing, well, you've got land and you have a program in place to do it, so it could be accelerated. So I think we've done some prudent planning. And like I said, all this is coming together, in this, program application. We just need to keep that in mind.
We have a couple hours left of. I was just, is there any motion? Sorry, you waited all the time, you had to stay, I think it's to approve this task order of the.
Everything that's, shady
Uh-huh.
is what was added to the original task order.
And the amount was increased over.
I put it in color, but it's hard to see the shaded areas.
Basically, it's the contractor found to say he's gonna do this work and we're gonna pay that much money.
Oh, that is a bunch of scope for us and for us.
But I'm not asking for more money.
Comes in October.
Yeah, there you go.
So we have a motion.
So, with this point of order, when you say motion, read them all, don't just say, I so move, or I make a motion. Read it out so we know exactly, so she knows exactly.
I'm making a motion to read through task order amendment number 5, effective date March 24th, 2020, to Freeland Engineering Group LLC on the wastewater treatment plant. And you will, is that enough? I
I just want to make sure that, they get on me for that, so.
We have a motion from Mr. Smith, do we have any second?
I'll say.
We have a second from Mr. Lewis. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? No opposed?
Thank you.
There.
Thank you.
Number 3 is.
Hello, Commission, Council, this is Susan Moore. I don't have a camcorder. You can thank me later for that, but I've been listening to the meeting. If you have any questions, just let me know.
Okay. So that's a good segue there because it's discussed and consider action on appointment of Planning and Zoning Commissioner Susan Moore to the position of chairperson for Planning and Zoning. So first of all, the current chair is David Smith and he is moving out of town. So first of all, I just want to thank David for his time and effort on that because it was a hard job, and also thank him for talking Mrs. Moore into taking on the role. So in the P&Z meeting, they voted and had or making the recommendation for Susan Moore to be the new chair. So basically, they make the recommendation, but the council actually approved it. So at this time, we have a recommendation from P&Z to make Susan Moore. So we just need a motion to, we need discussion first or a motion to.
I'll just go ahead and make the motion if you're ready. Okay. I make a motion that we approve, Planning and Zoning Commissioner Susan Moore, to the position of chairperson for the Planning and Zoning.
I'll second that.
We got a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Susan. And all in favor?
Thank you very much, Council. I'll do my best.
Thank you.
Who was it seconded by?
Right.
Thank you.
So number 4, discuss and consider action for Walt Adamson proposal for service to Blanco IC and City of Blanco pertaining to installation and utilization of the Blanco City Water Tower Internet infrastructure.
That'll be tabled, he didn't get his information in. He's got to meet with the superintendent first, and as soon as he meets with the superintendent, he's coming right over to us, so I haven't heard anything from him yet, so as soon as he gets that information, he'll go to the next meeting.
So we'll table it since we don't have the proper information. And with that being said, have a fun, right? At this time, we will close the regular meeting at 9:30, and we will go into executive session in accordance with Texas Government Code with the authority contained in the technical code sections 551, 55.071, 55.072, and 55.074.
Are y'all staying here or going back
I
there?
think we can stay here now. I mean, so, yeah, this is probably gonna take a while, so we can cut off the It's open, we're on. All right, so at this time, I'd like to go back to regular meeting. And with that, on executive session number 1, there is no action. Executive order item number 2. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I make a motion that we accept Pete Ritchie's resignation and, have an end date not to exceed June 1st.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second for Mr. Smith. Any discussion? All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
All right. Item number 3, do we have a motion?
Yes, I make a motion that we promote Will Daves to interim office manager and, with duties to be set forth.
We need to stay full-time.
Full-time.
Yeah, we're, okay, so,
So our full-time is interim city
okay,
manager.
let me restate.
Okay.
I make a motion that we promote Will Daves to interim office manager at a full-time rate with duties and, to be determined.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Second for Mr. McClellan. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Number 4, we took care of earlier. Item number 5, discuss and consider action on Hill Country Trail Riders complaint. We have a motion.
Okay, I make a motion to create a resolution for a special event permit. I also move that we update our personnel manual on the complaint process. And I also move that we appoint a liaison to the trail ride to coordinate their process on a yearly basis.
And we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second for Mr. Smith. All in favor?
Aye.
And finally, item number 6, with the pending litigation for Far Paradise property. Do we have a motion?
I make a motion to accept the settlement offer as set forth in the April 16th, 2020 Rule 11 agreement.
So do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, with that, can I have a motion to end this meeting?
Oh, I'm so happy to be here.
We have a motion and a second.
Oh, yeah.
All in favor?
Can we discuss it?
Yeah. Please.
Okay.
Mike, first, no, we got.
I didn't do that.
Midnight.